local power generated and back if we need it. We can't open anyway. We need one more board member.
That's right.
Is this the year we do chairs?
Huh?
Is this the year we do chairs?
Oh, really?
No, I like the chairs. So is Montez. But,
Yeah, I don't.
but the ladies are they're a little more petite.
They live long enough.
They'll understand.
They'll grow into them. Okay.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Give it 2 more years. Hit that 40. Boom. Ah!
Oh yeah, the change.
So you gotta have some heating pads on there.
I know.
That's what I forgot. My heating pad.
We could call, I can call. Oh, George's chairs.
I know. Hold on. We got someone. Did we? All right. We'll see.
Good morning. Morning.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready. Good morning. This is Rialto Unified School District special meeting of the Board of Education, dated January 10th, 2026. Happy New Year to everyone. It's going to be a great year. Okay, call to order. We are in open session. Tobin, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Everyone can please stand, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do we have any public comments? Oh, no, go ahead.
You can read it.
Yeah, no. The only control issue that I try to have is giving it to someone else.
Works for me. Yes, good morning, Board President. We do have Tobin Brinker from REA.
Good morning, board members, Board President Martinez, and Superintendent Alvarez. Thank you for holding this special board meeting and budget workshop. It's timely because yesterday the governor unveiled his state budget for 26-27. It's also an important step towards rebuilding trust, and we all benefit when we sit together and learn from each other. I was encouraged by the governor's budget, which recognized that revenue for the state of California continues to improve and go up, which is good news for us because Prop 98 requires that 40% of state revenue go to schools. The governor's budget presentation yesterday said that an additional $14 billion would be added to the upcoming year's budget for schools because of this increased revenue. Later in the day, the president of CTA, California Teachers Association, David Goldberg, put out a statement saying that the governor's budget was actually shorting schools by about $5.6 billion. I look forward to learning more about that disagreement as we move through the process. However, we all know that a lot can change between now and May when the revise of the budget, before we get to June when it's traditionally formally adopted. Yet knowing the California economy is booming helps us keep a positive outlook for the future. I always feel a little funny in these situations because public comments is before the formal presentation today, and I have no idea what will be presented, so I have to guess, and I kind of hope that I'm correct. One guess I had was that today you'd be presented with the audited actuals from the 2024-2025 school year. If that's the case, I'm really excited to see those reports. Based on the unaudited actuals, which were presented back in October, the district finished the last school year having received $23 million more than it spent, and then after transferring nearly $20 million to various other funds, showed a $3 million surplus, making it 11 straight years of surpluses, adding to the $200 million ending balance of the district. Rialto's in a strong financial position, and that's another reason for optimism. REA has advocated for more than COLA for some time because of our optimistic view of the district's finances. We believe that the district can and should give us more, and that is currently being offered at the table. We also believe it's necessary for a variety of reasons. One reason is the cost of housing. Rents and housing prices continue to go up faster than income. I've got a copy of the state's current housing assistance rates that qualify for low moderate housing, and a copy of our teacher salary schedule. I'm going to give that to you in a second, so you can see how many teachers will qualify for housing assistance because we are considered low income. If teachers qualify, then I'd like you to think about the lower paying positions that some of our classified have in this district and how this economy is affecting them. We're asking for your help to raise pay to help people survive the current economic environment. Finally, a non-economic issue. On Monday, teachers return from their 3-week winter break. Traditionally, they're given time in their classrooms to prepare before students return on Tuesday. This year, the district decided that teachers would not get prep time on Monday. Instead, they're booked into professional development or staff meetings all day long. We've tried for months to get admin to reconsider, to no avail.
Okay, your time is up.
Our teachers need time to prepare. I'm asking that you would
This is
direct
how you
staff
build
to provide
trust, by
prep time.
stopping.
Thank you. Can you hand that?
Okay, we'll continue. Do we have any other comments?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, can I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda,
So
please?
move.
Second.
Thank you. Ayes by all board members, please.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we have one board member who will be in a little late, but all board members are expected to attend, and that's a good thing. Okay, the board workshop. Motion and a second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. The Board of Education will conduct a governance workshop focused on providing them with an overview of school district finance and a detailed examination of the district's specific budget. The purpose is to support the board in gaining a better understanding of key revenue sources, expenditure patterns, budget development processes, and long-term fiscal considerations in order to strengthen informed decision-making and effective governance. This will support the board in moving forward with taking necessary steps towards eliminating the district's structural deficit and ensuring the district's fiscal solvency will continue while continuing to support the academic learning of the district's students. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
And we have one. Ms. Williams, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. And correction, Clerk Williams. Okay. Motion and a second to move into closed session.
Actually, Board President, we're going to go ahead and do the workshop, and then when we conclude the workshop, we'll move into
Sounds good to
closed
me.
session.
Ready when you are.
Okay. Thank you, Board President. We have Mrs. Romo will be coming up. She'll be leading the presentation regarding school financing, the district's finances, and she'll be centering around the first term that was presented to the board. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Romo.
Good morning, Board.
So my name is Diane Romo. I am the Associate Superintendent for Business Services, and this morning we're going to provide a little more insight into our what our budget is and how do we monitor it through our interim reports. And what key information will help you as the board, our public, and our staff understand how we function and how those operations tie to our numbers. So what is a budget? The budget really is, it's a tool that is used to ensure that the district continues to operate in a responsible manner. We make a projection of what is the revenue the district is going to receive, what are those expenses that we have to cover, and then what is that portion of our funding that we have to save. I equate this to our own homes. So in our homes, most of us have employment. Perhaps we have, a retirement income or some sort of income that we rely on to meet our obligations. You have to pay a mortgage, you have to pay your utility bills, your clothing, you have to, have an emergency fund, you have to plan for the future, and the district is no different. We will be getting into the first interim report, and that report shows how the district plans for salaries, for supplies, for, unforeseen circumstances. And so the budget itself is simplistic, but at the same time contains a lot of details that are important in order to understand the correct narrative. Each report that we present is presented to the board and the public. All of our financial reports are on our website and are accessible the night of the board meeting in which they are approved. Not only are they approved by our board, they're also reviewed by County Office of Education, and then they are submitted to the California Department of Education. So there's several levels of review and validation. Just to step back a little bit, the reason we're going to go into the data that we're going in today is because our superintendent has a goal to ensure that we are able to articulate the fiscal responsibility that we hold as district administrators. This is very, very important, and I know that in my position, many times I am insulted because people just, refer to me as the numbers person. And we care deeply about the service that our students receive, and I'm not just the numbers person, because numbers are easy. It's making sure that our students' needs are met, as well as our staff and our families. And so we're going to be providing more information so that as you are confronted with decisions, you're able to make those decisions with the right information. So how do we get our funding? We are a public agency, and so our funding comes from state and federal sources. Today, we're going to focus primarily on the general fund, but the district, in its accounting structure, has to maintain separate accounting for the general fund, which is the operations, and then each individual fund that has a specific purpose. Why are we going to focus on the general fund? We're going to focus on the general fund because this is where we pay for instructional salaries, the core of our school district. So in our general fund, 71% of our funding comes from the local control funding formula. This is the formula used by the state to determine what we have earned. There's two main factors that affect it, which is attendance and student demographics. 3% comes from our federal revenue. We'll also get into this. Our state revenue is 18%, and then our local revenue is 8%. So we are heavily reliant on state revenue, and state revenue is heavily reliant on the state economy. And so Mr. Brinker is absolutely correct in that we are bound by the health of our state's economy. And so if our state has a strong economy, the district will also have a strong budget. So how exactly are we funded? If we look at our visual here, our 71% of our funding that comes from the state is local control funding formula. There are three different types of tests that are applied to state revenues to determine the specific amount of funding that we receive, but it's approximately 40% of the state budget. When it comes to federal funding, there is a lot of uncertainty as to which programs are going to continue and which ones are not. But because it is such a small percentage of our budget, and the two primary sources of federal funding are our title programs through Every Student Succeeds Act and the IDEA grant as well, those two pieces are written into legislation. And so we are very confident that we're going to continue to receive those funding sources because they're not discretionary. So again, we can rely on those funding sources continue.
What was the IDA?
It's the
Funding?
Individuals with Disabilities Education Act.
Oh, IDEA.
Yes,
IDEA.
IDEA. And then our local revenue, which I think is, so if we look at the numbers, we get $346 million from local control funding formula, $17 million from our federal funds, $85 million from our state revenue, and then $38 million from our local revenue. Our LCFF revenue is unrestricted. That means that there is no specific legislation that tells us or directs us in how to use these funds. Now, there is some rules that are included in the local control accountability plan requirements, so that depending on, we're going to get into this, depending on the breakdown of the local control funding formula, we have to put into place additional actions to support the students that generate those funds. But federal and state funding normally is very specific to its intent. And so those are considered restricted funds, and they have to be used in the manner that they were provided for. And local revenue, there's two pots of it. One of them is unrestricted, and the district can decide how, and what it supports. And then the second part to that is the local SELPA pass-through funds that have to be used to support special education. One of the things that I think it's difficult to understand is how unpredictable our funding can be. The top three sources of revenue for the state are personal income tax, sales and use tax, and corporate tax. Where it becomes tricky is that 40% of the personal income tax comes from the top 1% group of individuals in California. So the richest 1% contribute 40% of our funding, or the state's funding. And so if that group of individuals is not getting a return on their investment, or they're not capitalizing on their investments, then it has a meaningful impact on school districts. And so because the market after COVID has not been following the historical trends or patterns, it's become very unpredictable. Even the manner in which the state is choosing to pass on the funding to us, they're becoming more and more creative instead of just putting it on ongoing revenue sources. One of the things that I think it's important to understand is that we run an extremely large operation. The revenue in itself is ginormous, right? If you think about $347 million that are unrestricted, it's really, when you look at how much we have to handle, it's sizable. We are responsible for the livelihood of 4,471 employees. This is how many people were on our payroll January 1st. We operate 30 schools, over 25 different service areas, and 497 acres of property. And so when you add to that
Excuse me, how many, what was the acreage?
497. When we add to that 22,538 students, about another K-12 students, about another 900 state preschool students, and about another 900 adult education students, you're looking at us impacting thousands and thousands of lives. So we have to make sure that we are very responsible in the way that we plan for our funding and its use. Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to move forward. So again, if we go back to the local control funding formula is the lion's share of the funding that we receive.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Board President, what are the rules for engagement since this is a workshop? Are you filling questions from everyone or just the board members? Or how should we approach our assistant
Normally,
superintendent?
questions are just open as in an open session, but very, very flexible.
Okay,
Are you comfortable with us just butting in, so to speak?
absolutely.
interrupting?
okay,
We're good.
all right. Okay.
You're saying from the floor too? Were you saying from the floor too?
No, it's a board meeting.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone have a question they'd like to add now? No? Okay. So, our local control funding formula has these buckets that we need to be aware of, right? So within it, the district receives a base grant. That base grant is there for us to open the doors, right? It pays for the teacher, it pays for the furniture, it pays for all of the safety measures. It is the bare minimum the district needs to do to make sure that students receive an education. If the district has any students that are identified as unduplicated counts because of their status as a low-income foster youth or an English learner, the district receives an additional 20% supplemental amount. If that percentage of students is greater than 55%, then any student above 65% receives an additional amount again. But those supplemental grants come with requirements. The actions that those grants pay for must augment the education of those students. So this is where the LCAP process comes into place. The LCAP is basically the narrative to what our district is doing to not only offer education, but offer education in a differentiated manner for each student's needs. And so it narrates what we do, and it also narrates how we pay for it. At the conclusion of the LCAP process, we have to reconcile 100% of our budget and identify what base is paying for, what supplemental pays for, what concentration pays for. And so we are bound by those requirements. The way that one of the things that I'd like, oh,
We have a question?
go ahead.
It's just a point of clarifying it. So I just wanted to give you a background. I do have a master's in business administration, and I do fund accounting, FTEs, and different realms. So the fund accounting is different. So the difference in schools versus, let's say, West Valley Border. West Valley Border get their money from ratepayers and grants. Hospital get their money from insurance, reimbursement, county, Hill-Burton Act that have the funding. Schools funding, we cannot charge our students, right? And so our funding is really totally related on the state budget. And then really, the ADA, but when you talked about that land mass and the facilities, what's very important is whether they're filled or not, we still have to pay for the taxes. We still have to pay for, not the taxes of the land, but the utilities, the heat, the maintenance, whether you have one teacher, 35 students, or 10. Once we employed that teacher, You know, their classroom is not going to shrink. You have to have that standing number. ADA requirements. So, you know, the restricted fund is legally restricted for a particular purpose. It cannot be repurposed for the general ed and unrestricted. And this is just part of me. I want to just go through this narrative to explain this is what our assistant superintendent, Mrs. Ramos, I'm glad you clarified that you're just not a money person and you truly care, and that's important, a part that's overlooked. But it's unflexible. Operations, salaries, utilities. You know, we are the largest bill payer for the water, electric. Yeah, yeah. They don't want our school. We are the largest, and heating and repair. We pay for all the services for all these cities. You know, these school systems are piping in the rate that they charge us. And unrestricted, these mandates for these different programs, a lot of times they're mandated. And so that general fund helps with this mandate until the funding might come, or they can change that. And our REA stated that, yeah, they can promise funding, but they have borrowed from that funding and taken it out of the school, about a couple of years now. And so these earmark and category funding, special education and things like that, it doesn't fund the whole cost of the business. And we never know how many students and the severity and how many support, plus that funding that we have to contract for different agencies because we cannot onboard or there's a shortage in that area. So I just wanted us to stop, go through that clarification, as now you're getting into more of the nitty-gritty for our viewing audience. I've been prepping for this along with you to try to translate this into the terms of how impactful and how restricted for our funding. We're not selling a product. Actually, we are a public service, and the greatest public service of educating our children.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that I thought about a lot when preparing for this presentation is for our community to understand the impact the school district has in its community. Because even as you were speaking, I was thinking, we have many local vendors that we are their primary source of income. We are many of our community members' primary source of income. And so we have to be very tactful in the way that we make our decisions and we plan, because we can have a great impact in the community. And it's true, we have a degree of influence in our students coming to school so that we can get funding. But just let me give you a statistic that I've been keeping an eye on. Before we went to break on December 16th, our enrollment was 22,610. On January 9th, our enrollment is down to 22,538. I anticipate this number to continue downward because our staff at our school sites has not been back. So they haven't had an opportunity to update whatever records were received or students that will not be showing up. And so just over the break, we lost almost 100 students. And so do I have a feeling that I understand what occurred? Yeah, I was just in Mexico, and in my parents' neighborhood, the majority of new construction is from expats, right? Like, this is our community, and so we're going to see that, and it's going to have an impact on the district. But the ability that the district has to shift and adjust for that loss of enrollment is limiting by the education codes that guide our process, right? So we're gonna talk a little more about that as we go through the presentation, and why and how the district balances its fiscal responsibility with its humanistic approach, as directed by the board, because we do care about our community.
Clarification. Do you want to clarify what expats are for,
Expatriates, so people that go back to their country of origin.
or just were
State of
born
origin.
here, born here,
Yep.
and just want to move over there because it's cheaper?
Or other situations. Yeah. One of the things that I wanted to make sure the community understood is that on an annual basis, starting in May, we ask that every one of our families verify their enrollment. We refer to it as the online enrollment verification. What this does for us, it collects your status, your income, and it allows us to determine your status for the local control funding formula. It allows us to identify if you have become homeless so that we can provide supports. It provides all sorts of different disclosures that provides information and assurances to the district. And so it is 100% required so that we can provide the students with the adequate resources. If in our system you are not identified as an English learner, a foster youth, or a low-income student, sometimes that keeps us from having the ability to provide the right support. And if your status changes throughout the school year, we ask that you go to the school sites and update, let them know, like, hey, you know what, I'm going through a really rough patch, and now I have moved in with, I don't know, a close friend, and now I become eligible for, services as a homeless family. And so I understand that it's difficult, and it's not that, we want to share our personal information with the school, but if you think about the best interest of your students and your children, like, you're gonna have to give us that information so that we can provide those additional services. So just know that our school sites are here to support, and that we need to make sure that our data is up to date so we can not only get the funding, but then also provide the services that come with it. As board members, as you interact with your lobbyists and your groups that you're all involved in, some of the changes in legislation at the federal level that are affecting people's access to public assistance is also going to have an impact on our funding. How so? We have a group of families that are automatically certified as low income. So if you are in a state or county record that shows that you have any sort of public assistance, you automatically are identified as low income and automatically receive services through our district. Well, when the federal government changes the regulations and no longer allows certain families to qualify, then you will not automatically qualify. We will need you to complete that annual verification form telling us whatever your situation is so that we can continue to provide the service to your families. As a board, I think I ask that you advocate on behalf of our students if you have an opportunity. I think there's a lot of misinformation, and I don't think people always see the face behind the impact. And so not only are they being affected at home because maybe they don't have access to adequate housing or food, but they're also going to be affected in the school system because now maybe they won't have access to, special field trips or additional supplies or whatever it may be. Okay.
I think it's very important to, before people turn over that information, that they be really explicitly notified of how it's going to be used. And so a lot of times people do want to say, well, what is the poverty or low income guidelines? If we can just post that for people and they can sort of see, well, I'm here or I'm there, because with data and personal family information, just like your tax, you just want to make sure how it's going to be used in this climate. So if you can just sort of post those requirements and then people can browse and say, do I fit or not, or is it worth the hassle? That'll be helpful.
Okay.
I think it's important, if you're gonna post something like that,
I believe it's important that if you are going to post that kind of information, that you also post the benefits to it that you mentioned, because some people are not thinking in terms of what does this mean to my everyday life.
Absolutely. That's a very, very good point. I think one of the things that's also going to help is because our district was successful in getting the community schools grant, having that individual at the school site to share information as to how to help your families, that can be another point of entry for information as well.
Quick comment. I'm going to ask the board to keep questions. Go ahead and ask them. But comments, hold on to them, please, so we can get through this.
So if we're able to apply what funding we receive to each of the different grade levels, the formula calculates the funding for each grade level because each grade level has different requirements that have to be met. And so the formula in itself takes our average daily attendance by grade level, multiplies that by a rate determined by the state to arrive at the funding by grade level. If we look at, for example, our TK group, transitional kindergarten through third grade gets a base grant of $10,256. Because we have to implement a 10-to-1 ratio in the classroom, we get an additional amount of funding to support that requirement. In our district, because we do exceed the 55% unduplicated count for our students, we get an additional 4,220 for a total funding of 15,543. Again, we have little control over the rate that the state assigns to the grade level, but what we do have a little more influence over, or at least awareness so we can plan properly, is over attendance. So attendance is going to be driven by two things: your enrollment and your attendance patterns. We do a lot of marketing to ensure that families know that Rialto is a district that they can enroll in. The birth rate has been decreasing each year, and we do anticipate it to continue, just given the social trends to have smaller families. As mentioned before, politics is affecting our area, and so we see a lot of families moving out of this area. We find that many times we want to make the assumption that families leave to other districts because of better opportunities. And they may. But what we find is that our school sites and our enrollment center do a good job of redirecting our families to where they can find options, or explaining that, we do have full day kindergarten at each of our schools, so that you don't have to split your time between two school sites. That we have a 9-hour day that is inclusive of preschool, TK, and after school care. And not all districts have that. We have sports programs in which we minimize the impact on the family's finances. And so the more that we speak to what our district does for our students, the more that we can retain those families in our district, which again helps us keep that consistency in our funding. Now, when it comes to attendance, we have more influence over this because we want our students to be present so they can learn, right? So I know that our teachers do a great job of calling home when students aren't present. I know that our school staff and administrators also call home. Our Child Welfare and Attendance Department has launched a campaign this year where they have very robust incentives for families to be present, not only just the student, but have the family's commitment to coming to school. So all of these things in the aggregate have shown us that we can improve our attendance. Right now, we are projecting that we're going to meet 94% attendance rate, which is
Yeah. That's amazing.
That's quite an improvement.
post-COVID, we were barely 91%. And so we're making great strides, and we're going to get to 96% and more.
Right.
Middle school doesn't really get much more than the base supplemental concentration. When we move on to high school, the high school also has a grade span adjustment, and that's because there is the expectation that the district is going to implement career technical education. Both at TK and high school, it's deceiving because the amount that we get for these adjustments in comparison to the cost to run the programs, it doesn't even cover 100% of the cost. It covers, I know that the grade span adjustment at TK3 covers about 70% of the additional staffing. But at high school, in order for us to offer a robust program that, caters to different student interests, $323 per student just doesn't cut it. We are fortunate that we have very talented professionals in our district. And so for CTE, we do have Miss Juanita Chan, who has successfully obtained the CTE grant for the last, 5-6 years. And so we use that grant to, purchase the right equipment, give the students, field trips so that they can experience, engineering or culinary in action, like different things that our students need to keep them inspired.
If you didn't have the grant, what was be
How
the
much is-
percentage?
That's what I was gonna say, how much is the grant?
The grant, I don't know that on the.
Well, what is percentage that it covers? Like you said,
The 323?
yeah, you said
Oh,
like
goodness.
for the additional
Can I-
staff,
can I
they
come
only
back to
cover.
that?
You don't have to be exact, but you were saying 70%. So CTA program, how much? Like if we didn't have the grants, that would cover less than 50%. Is it covered by the
No,
grant?
I mean, I would venture to say probably more like 20 to 30%.
Wow.
Because we can have up to 8, 9 different strands at a high school. And so $323, that might cover the expenses. I mean, we're going to install a new lift at Rialto High School that's at least like $50,000-$60,000. If you have one outing to engineering day at Six Flags, that's probably $30,000 between transportation and entry fees and lunch. Like it doesn't even touch the surface level of the cost.
Yeah.
But it is important to understand that even though these funds are unrestricted in our books, they have requirements. There is an intent behind the funding. And there are different sources of accountability for the district in which we have to show our progress. I think the most visible is the California dashboard, in which we have to show, our progress on college and career readiness. And so we have to be really careful that we are also meeting those benchmarks so that we don't jeopardize our district. So I touched on this earlier. Our other funding sources, our federal revenue is based on student eligibility. So do we have students that meet their program that they're offering, or is there a particular purpose or objective that the federal government is trying to achieve? And so for our students, again, that are identified as low income, we have the Every Student Succeeds Act programs, which is your Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV. And then we have our IDA cluster, which focuses on our students with special needs, and then our child nutrition program. Title I and Title IV focus on our students. It's to provide any type of support that is going to help them achieve academically. And Title II focuses on our certificated staff in their professional development. And Title III focuses on English learners. These programs get audited in different manners. It's part of our independent audit as well as the state's federal program monitoring. And so again, it's very restrictive, and I think more often when the district, it's more often than not that the auditor changes at the state level and they have a different interpretation of what's allowable and not allowable. But this is where if we have to change the funding of something, it's normally within the federal programs. At the state level, some of our biggest programs are ACES, which is the After School Care Program, State Preschool, our new California Community Schools, Adult Education, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, ELOP, State Lottery, and again, Child Nutrition. Each of these comes with its own set of requirements and reporting and audits. And then our local revenue. So as I stated before, it is our SELPA pass-through funds for our students with special needs. It's any fees that we may collect for use of our facilities, maybe, I don't know. One student broke another student's glasses, and so now there is an agreement between the families to repay them, and so that's done through the district. Interest on our investment pool, and then donations. I think one of the important things to understand is that many times we do receive one-time funding from the state, well, from the federal level as well after COVID, but that's not as often. But from the state level, we often get one-time grants that are very vague or kind of encompassing of all sorts of things. But even in that, we can't just use the grant to offer, say, a COLA to our staff. These programs can only absorb necessary and reasonable expenditures, meaning that if you are funded from the ELOP program and you're one of the after-school staff and we want to give a raise, ELOP is only going to pay for the portion of the raise that belongs to its employees. We can't charge, for the midday noon duty aide so that she can get a raise. It can't. Restricted programs can only pay for the costs that are associated with running their program. What the state has been doing, or what it did last year, and what it appears to be planning to do again, is to shorten our Prop 98 LCFF funding and then defer it to a future year, but then pay it out through a block grant with different requirements. And what that does, it changes it from ongoing revenue, because one thing that I failed to mention is our LCFF builds on the prior year. So every year they take that prior year amount and adjust it forward based on their COLAs. When they remove these funding sources and start to play with them, it disrupts it. Well, then they come out and they pay for it in a one-time grant. Well, now we're not getting the increase on the full amount that we were due. And so I don't particularly appreciate it, because the cost of living is higher, and the district should have the ability to use that funding where it's needed. But rather, we're getting it in a block grant that now you have another purpose for, and it's one time. So we'll be providing more information on that as we get it, and we'll make sure to give a board update to kind of give some illustrations and examples, because I have a difficult time even processing it for myself, but it's definitely not a good practice.
I have to ask it as a question rather than comment. So, should we give ongoing raises from one-time funds?
No, it is not a recommended practice, because one-time funds expire, and at the end of that grant period, we have to identify a different source to cover the additional cost.
If I understand correctly, that would then short us in the next budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I had a question. Do we anticipate receiving additional funds from philanthropic? I cannot say the word. Philanthropic donated dollars, from like California Endowment or other organizations that give to the IE, or any of those. Do we anticipate them coming to Rialto? Can we?
It is
bring
very
more?
difficult. I've been here a long time, and we have applied to so many things. And what I have learned is that you can have the best grant application. You can have the need that fits the purpose of the endowment to the T, but it comes down to the connections and influence you have. So unless there is a relationship or something that is putting you to the forefront of that objective, it's really, really difficult.
Is that something that we're being intentional about doing, and finding those relationships within the district that can help us pull those kind of funds?
We do. We
into-
have individuals who do a great job at it. We have Ms. Saida Joffrey, who holds great relationships with local people in governance, and she has been able to secure for us funding for specific projects. At the state level, we have individuals who have good relationships as well. But it's competing priorities. It's competing, I don't want to say more than I need to, but it's really, really difficult. It's unrealistic for us to have our operations depend on those type of funding sources.
You live by the grant, you die by the grant. That's what we say in public health. And it's sort of like, too, if you're thinking about positions, my question is, I feel like Jeopardy. I'm going to place this in the form of a question, is that if that grant funding stop, then those positions are not secure. And so that's why a lot of people do not go after just and they, this is grant funding. So at the end of this grant, versus when you have a staff and operationals and a lot of foundations, they have a particular interest. So, but they don't do general operations of a school.
Yeah, correct.
Got it. And then are we also looking to other local pools of revenue?
Do you, can you clarify your question?
Okay, so are there any other avenues to receive revenue locally, outside of the state, outside of federal?
I mean, we constantly look for grants. We recently were awarded a grant for our new math authorization program for our teachers. But even within that grant, there is a matching requirement. So we're going to get, I don't remember exactly the amount, but we're going to get an amount to cover a portion of the cost for our teachers to participate. But then the district has to match 1/3 of the cost. So grant funding is great if it is a need of the district. Where we're going to work on is making sure that we only apply for things that are a need of the district and not the desire of a person or a group of individuals. We find that most grants do have matching requirements or, specific to a purpose or an action. And so that also takes away from resources that may directly impact our students or our families or our staff as well. When it comes to generating local revenue, it's really tricky as well. Because our facilities are publicly funded, there is a limit that you cannot use the facility for an enterprise activity that exceeds 10% of the value of the building. And so I think that's to protect the district and its intent. Like, we're here to help students learn and graduate. And so the expectation is that you're able to operate within the revenue generated through the state.
So bottom line is enrollment. Our bread and butter is the pupil in the classroom, our teacher, and the quality of our education is our mission, and that's how we're funded.
We
The
do have
ADA.
we do have our CNG station that does generate revenue, and it helps offset the cost of operating it. When we do complete our new central kitchen, we will open up the bistro again, but it will be bound by the 10% rule as well. But those funds have to be used towards the nutrition program. So I think the relationships, again, that our district holds and in bringing in donations is probably the largest source of other revenue that we can bring in. But it's not going to go towards operations. It's going to go towards its intended donated purpose.
Board President, if I may, just some clarity on some of the questions being asked. So oftentimes when we go for grants, whether it be a grant from the state or from a private organization, those grants are really tied to specific programs. And obviously sometimes some programs come with additional staffing, but as it's been mentioned, these grants aren't forever. So eventually those programs do tend to go away. If we were asking about what kind of funds can the district apply for to get that'll provide pretty much indefinite revenue for forever, they're very limited. And the only one option I can think of, and that's for the board to consider, is if you wanted to the board want to hold a parcel tax to the community and say, hey, we want to use this for more operational. Let's say the board says we want to provide a higher increase of salary for all our employees, and the community wants to approve a parcel tax that only purposes that. That's kind of the one thing that sticks out for me as an ongoing, almost forever type of revenue. Fortunately, most of our area is not as financially fortunate as school districts like Beverly Hills and some of those others that are basic aid, that they collect enough, more than enough in property tax to offset the minimum level of funding for our students. So oftentimes, they're able to give obviously more in salaries and all that, and don't depend on the state to offset that mandated minimum funding per student.
And something like land lease type revenue, because we have those 497 acres, I imagine not everything is being used by us. Would that fall under the, what you were saying, it would just require more resources that we may not be able to give right now? Or is that an avenue that we can look at?
So there are some options if a school district is considering looking at assessing their properties and doing something different with them. Then there are options where the district could look at, depending what process they choose to go through. Eventually, it could be a lease or a joint use occupancy lease, and through those, usually those funds are open to be used at the district's discretion. Obviously, leases do have a term, most of them 99 years. Obviously, none of us will be here, but it's just something to consider. But there are options where the district could lease, and depending on the amount of revenue that lease can generate, the board can choose to how they want to use those funds.
You triggered something, and I haven't mentioned it for a few years now. Dollahan, we have an agreement with the city. If we could be brought up to speed in how many more years, I think it's about 10 more years. And before the lease is up, then we either have to release the property, come up with some agreement.
Would you like to clarify for those who might not know?
Okay. I believe it was a 50-year lease with the city for the property that Dollahan is on. You might correct me. That's what I remember.
Yeah, when we built Dollahan Elementary, we built it on leased land from the district, from the city. And so when that lease expires, we will have to renew it for another 99 years or 50 years.
Or tear it down and give it back?
No, we need Dollahan. One thing that I would ask the board to consider is that decisions are multifaceted, right? I think the idea of leasing or subleasing a portion of our school sounds like an option. However, there's unintended consequences to doing things of that nature. The district does not have any facilities that are standalone that could be leased out completely. And what I mean by that is, say that we had a professional development center that was on its own parcel, that its use by an outside party would not interact with our students. I would 100% support that action because it's not going to have any unintended consequence to our students. But if we think about Curtis, we have reduced the size of the Curtis Field to manage water use. I wouldn't recommend leasing out the land that we isolated, because that means that I'm bringing now an outside party closer to our students. I might have to invest in a block wall versus the chain link wall that we have right now. Maybe I'm going to need additional surveillance in the yard now because I have individuals within close proximity. So the amount of revenue that you could possibly generate from the lease, a couple $1,000s a month, is going to be outweighed by the additional investment in keeping our students safe.
Yeah.
And so I think Mrs. Lewis or Dr. Lewis said it correctly. Like, we really need to be able to operate on the grants and the funding sources that we receive because of our school district status through the feds, through the state, and continue to seek out those donations for activities above and beyond for our students and our staff.
Yeah, if we strive for academic excellence, quality teacher, it's the students that are in the seat that drives our income. And, all these apartments, all these homes are being sold like this. So my question is, the population at Arrowhead, high risk infant, they're having babies. They're having babies. We have to be the district. We have to offer a quality education, and that's to drive all these little leagues. But if you serve a quality product, education, if we have the spirit, my question is, then the students will come. You know, we have to say why they're going elsewhere, why they're homeschooling, why are teacher support. We have to really listen, and they will come. You know,
And I think
let's not
they-
give up on the students
They
that
do
fill the
because
seats.
often when I'm out and about and I ask like, oh, well, where do you live? You hear, I live in San Bernardino, I live in Fontana. They live in other areas,
They
but
come in
want
here.
to come to our schools. And so that's
Right.
a testament to the inviting environment that they're coming into.
Likewise for teachers and staff, they're coming here to teach in RESD.
While we're on this aside, we were talking about revenues, and I wish to address grants and how the money is used. The reading specialists, over the past couple of years, if I remember right, is a good example of one-time monies that ended. And what do you do with the people then? Do you get rid of the people and give a raise with that, or what do you do? What are the options? If you could address any of that, please.
We do have a slide that we're going to touch on that
Okay,
in a
good.
couple of slides.
Okay.
But just really quickly to summarize is the grant in which they were hired under expired. At that point, there was additional one-time fund monies that had been given by the state, so we made the decision to continue some of them. And so as of right now, no one has been returned to the classroom because we have had those one-time state grants, but we will address them in a future slide.
Okay, when does that money end?
June 30th, 2028.
Okay, so we're safe till then.
Yes.
It's good for students, thank you.
So where do we spend this money? 75%, let me just clarify this. The data that I'm presenting is in the aggregate between unrestricted revenue and restricted. So 75% of our budget is payroll expenses. That's $403 million a month. I mean, a year, I'm sorry, a year. 15% of our expenses are contract and services. Within this bucket, the largest piece does go to agencies that provide staffing, followed by software. We're going to be talking about how the environment changes, and with the changes, we have to adapt. Our students rely on technology more, and they need to be learning AI tools. They need to be learning how to function with in a digital world. And so in order to keep our equipment and our students safe, there is more required software. The third largest piece in this is our insurance. Our environment is very litigious. And so as a result, our insurance premiums have gone up. And so it is what it is. And then we have, again, changes in legislation that put the district in a position to provide more services. One of the areas that we have seen an increase in, and you have seen it as well as the board, is our transportation contracts. Students that are identified as McKinney-Vento or Foster, we are required to provide transportation from their current home to their school of choice. So if that student wants to remain in Rialto and now they live in Temecula, we send out some mode of transportation to bring them in each morning. And in addition to that, for students that are identified as low income, the district must have a plan to support them, whether that be through a bus voucher on public transportation, or add them to a route that has availability if it's already going by their house. Yes, Mr. Montes?
Just for clarification, if a student lives outside of the district, is no longer living within the district, how does that obligate us to have to go pick them up in Temecula and then take them to school?
Because the student is a foster in the foster system, and the intent is to provide them some stability in their life, legislation was passed requiring districts to continue to provide transportation for, I believe, up to a year, so that that student has some sort of stability in their life, so that it's their same teacher, their same peers,
Before they
before they can matriculate Now, they may choose to matriculate in their new school district, but we cannot disenroll them without first giving them what their options are.
And then after the year, or is the district still obligated to provide?
So at the end of the year, CWA has the conversation of, you are welcome to come in or remain in our district. However, we may not be able to continue to provide the transportation.
But that's rare because they're ward of the states. And historically, through foster care, group homes, a kid could be moved and go to like 8 different schools. And school was the only stability. And so, a judge would have to come down hard at saying, hey, you provided this and now they're moved and this was the best thing in their life, unless they get adopted or something like that. They rarely.
I recently met a second grader that was shared with me that he wanted to be on his best behavior because he didn't want to be separated from his sister, because this is the 8th home he had been in. And so he's like this tall. And so when we see the numbers, and I have a little bit of sticker shock because it's millions, but then I think about what it means to that little boy to be able to continue to see his friends at school. You understand why we have supplemental concentration, why that legislation is in place, why we make the investment that we make.
Yeah, no, I just wanted clarification because I didn't understand. I knew we had to do it. I didn't understand why. Because for any other students, when they move out of the district, they're automatically disenrolled. So, so the law requires it to continue at least for a year, and then by that time, that gives the district to contact the new district that they're living in and maybe, do the transition so that they can take over the transition.
Right, our McKinney-Vento liaisons out of student services do that case management to ensure that the student has like a seamless transition.
See, because what often happens sometimes is I think people misunderstand or people are misinformed and have an idea that they want to demonize special education and say, hey, look, special education is costing us so much, special education is encroaching on the general fund because we have to, do these extraordinary services for some of the special education students.
And I think we don't, I think one of the things that I want to make sure that people take away today is that it is necessary for us to monitor finances, but I know that your direction is to make sure that we service our students. And so, yes, I'm going to reference costs that have changed, but I think to me, those changes have been a testament to what you're trying to do, right? You are trying to support our students, you are trying to support our staff. Can we do that indefinitely? In some cases, we're going to have to because it's required by law. In other cases, we're going to have to change our spending patterns. And so we'll get that. We'll get there. One of the things that I wanted to kind of put in perspective with this slide was we have to be responsible. So we have a $500 million budget, and I think it's difficult to fathom what that means. But I think when you project that back to over 4,400 families, 497 acres, like we have a lot to take care of. And so in reading in your household, they recommend that you maintain a 9 to 12 month emergency fund. So what does that look like? If you're home, and again, you're a responsible family, you're going to set aside for your monthly expenses. You're going to cover, believe it or not, the average mortgage in the Inland Empire is about $4,000. Food cost is about $1,200 if you are, tactful in the way that you shop. It's about $1,000 for insurance, because most people pay for insurance. You pay about $800 in utility fees, and I added in $300 for unexpected, right? So that's about $7,300 a month in the Inland Empire. So in order for you to be prepared for unexpected job loss, illness, death, whatever it may be, you should have about $44,000 in savings. If we look at the district, 1 month of payroll, just payroll, not turning on the lights, not doing anything else, which we know is unrealistic, for 6 months of payroll, that is $201 million. And so
Repeat that again.
$201 million is the reserve we need for 6 months. The state only requires 3%, which is about 16 million. So with that required reserve, we wouldn't even be able to meet the teacher payroll. So again, there's a disconnect in the way that I think that we are legally obligated to operate and what is responsible.
State that again, because it's just really a mind-blowing. Just
So,
repeat what you said.
We are legally required to keep 3% of our expenditures as reserves. So that's about $16 million. In order for us to meet 1 month of payroll is 33.5 million. The 16 million wouldn't even cover 1 month of teacher payroll. If we were to keep 6 months, that would be 201 million. And that doesn't include turning on the lights, providing supplies, providing anything else that our students may need. This slide you're going to have to look at in your presentation because it is tiny. So going back to the complexity of running a school district, I wanted you to see what does it cost to open up a classroom. So if we, at the bare minimum, if we look at a 4th grade classroom, that's the very first cluster. If we look at a 4th grade classroom, we have a class size maximum of 34 students. The average salary of a teacher is $105,000. And so with benefits, and what benefits means is the district's contribution to their retirement plan, any required statutory taxes, and their health plan. It is $153,000. What gets tricky is that I referenced the 100 students that left between December and January. We just can't go in and eliminate 3 classrooms because they don't leave in neat clusters. They leave one from one area, from a different school, and so we're not receiving the funding, but yet we still have to sustain the classroom. Our district has made strides in making sure that each of these classrooms has the adequate support they need. So when we look at, if we look at a special services preschool classroom, this classroom is staffed with a teacher and 2 paraprofessionals that work 7 hours. That classroom cost is $315,000. To Mr. Montez's point, we look at our students' needs and we do everything within our control to provide the support that's needed. If we have an autism class, we have a class size maximum in our REA contract of 10. I didn't update these numbers for any special MOU. We may have MOUs that allow for a smaller class size, but say that we have an autism class with a max of 10. That class is equipped with a teacher and 2 7-hour behavioral support assistants. The behavioral support assistant position was created to differentiate their ability from just a paraprofessional. These individuals are trained to support our students that have maybe different behaviors and need more specialized support. That classroom is $324,000. So as post-COVID, the classroom environment changed. And we have been doing everything that we can to make sure that our students can learn. So when we look at what funding is needed, how do I advocate as a community member or as a board member for what schools need? It really is telling the story that our students need different things now. It's not just a teacher with 40 students, because I've heard those rumors. There is no way. There is no way, because their emotional health is different. Their learning styles are different. Our teachers are different, right? Like they're a different generation who need something different than maybe a teacher 30 years ago. And so as a district, we need to be able to support not only the student, but the teacher needs. And with it is the cost, right? The cost is just incidental to what the need is of the student and the staff. What's not on this page is some of our support staff that also comes into the classroom. Our nurses, our mental health professionals, our teacher mentors, our safety officers, so many other positions that help maintain peace and order and learning at our schools. So just these are district examples to kind of show how our costs have changed. So if we look at a classroom in our district, this classroom has 8 students. It's a behavior classroom. There is a teacher and I believe 6 aides. These students' ability is such that they need the additional presence of these bodies, these individuals, in the classroom. So this one classroom costs the district $720,000. If one of these students disenrolls and goes to another district mid-year, because we are bound by layoff provisions, we maintain that extra 6th behavioral support assistant. Now, we don't just leave them in the classroom if they're not needed. We look and see, okay, what other school has a need for this position where the person can go support another student? But it is a investment in these students' ability. In addition to these support assistants, this class likely has a nurse that is dedicating several hours there. You likely have a second assistant principal at the school site because of the need of the program. There's so many other facets that come with matching the need of the student to the support from the school and the district. I mentioned this already. 1 month of payroll is $33.5 million. Student healthcare related cost, kind of going back to Mr. Montez's comment, many times people want to speak to the increasing cost of special education. Well, there's so many other costs that have increased in the district because the needs of people have changed, just in general. The way that we live, the way that our food is produced, our environment is different. So student health cost related is maybe specialized equipment, the cost of our LVNs, our nurses, our LVNs, and there's a different health aides.
Yeah, you have medically fragile and students are type 1 diabetes, like the number 1 seizure. They're in general ed, they're fractures. There's a lot of reason, and the schools will be taking on more of the healthcare needs.
61%.
Yeah.
61% increase. Our cybersecurity operation system cost is $2.2 million. Prior to COVID, this was about $500,000. Again, I spoke to our insurance premium. So this is our property and liability, our excess liability, our SAMS, the sexual assault molestation add-on, our AB 218, which is related to, again, sexual assault molestation cases. We've gone from 2.5 million in 2021 to 5.3 million in 25-26. So
Insurance cost?
yes,
And there's no statutory limits now,
no.
so.
And then our special ed encroachment. So we've gone from $19.2 million contribution to $46.7 million. And so the way that I reflected on this number is that the district has really invested in its special ed classrooms because we want to see those students learn. We want to see those students thrive and be happy. And I think we just need to acknowledge that things change and the needs of our students change, and it's an investment in their learning. One of the things that we've spoken a lot this year is why aren't we providing a better compensation offer to our employees? We are offering 3%, which is above our COLA. We have offered 100% of our COLA for many years. We do have 100% paid benefits. What does this mean? Because I don't think the community truly understands what this means. If I am a teacher in Chino and I have a family of 5, I pay out of my paycheck $1,000 at least a month so that my family can have health care coverage. If I am a teacher in Rialto and I have a family of 5, I pay nothing out of my pocket. So when the district could, the district did offer as much as possible to our staff to make sure they're adequately compensated, that they have their health care coverage covered, and they have a competitive salary.
Is that inclusive of vision, dental?
It's inclusive of health care, dental care, vision care, and life. In addition to offering that, our district has also made a lot of changes to environmental factors that help the classroom.
Before we move on real quick,
Yes.
of our budget, are we still at 86% paying for staff, basically pay and benefits loaded?
If we look at the unrestricted side, it's probably closer to 85%. But when we look at the combined unrestricted and restricted, it's 75.
Okay, thank you.
So we've done other things, additional support in the classroom, increasing stipends, adding stipends, just making sure that we recognize their effort because it's their time and investment that goes into those activities. We want to make sure that they're compensated correctly. But as the district transitions to a position where we have less ongoing funding and we do have a deficit that we're going to speak to in a minute, we have to change our practices. Is there any question?
So just for clarification, so 85, so then that means 85 cents or 15 cents of every dollar is going to the students, for students' services and programs?
Not necessarily. So of every dollar, 85% of it goes towards people. 15 cents goes towards supplies, services, software, our debt payments, all of the other non-people related expenses.
Including programs and services for the students?
Correct. I did. I got ahead of myself. So when we prepare these budgets, they are presented to the board for your review. They're done in a systematic form, right? We are required to use the state's standardized account code structure software, SACS. And there are certain protocols that we have to follow in completing them, information that has to be shared. That's these reports that you get every time we have an interim report. After you adopt them, we send them into the County Office of Education to review and approve. We do this a couple of times. So when we present the budget to you in early June, we present it to you along with our LCAP. It gets approved during the second meeting in June. After that's completed, we send it into county office. At that time, we're showing you, here's the upcoming budget and what we project we're going to receive and spend. And then we give you an update as to, for the current year, where do we think we're going to end the year when it comes to revenues and expenses. The county reviews it, gives us an opinion, approves our LCAP, or has us make modifications, and we move forward. In this fall time, we present you with another report, the first interim report. This is an update to the budget that we proposed. What are those things that have changed that require an update to either the revenue or the expenses? We do that one more time in the springtime. Typically, in February, we present at the second board meeting in February, we present you with the second interim report. It's another update. Of that revenue, did we get revenue that we didn't anticipate? Was there any expenses that we needed to modify? Here's where we think we're going to end. If our district was not doing well and we had to file a qualified budget, we would have to do that one more time. We have never been in that position and hope never to be.
Yes, bravo.
Once we close out the year, we go through the formal closing process and we create a report that's called the unaudited actuals. This report gets presented before September 15th, normally at the first meeting in September, and it shows you where we actually ended. And then our auditors come back, review our unaudited actuals, and give us an opinion as to whether the numbers that we closed with were presented correctly or not. One thing that's important for the board to know is that with all of the federal uncertainty, they didn't release the documents that the independent auditors needed in a timely manner, and so our audit will be late. We probably will bring that report in February instead of January as we customarily do. Why do we send this to the county? There was a couple of districts that went bankrupt, and the state enacted legislation to make sure that they had systems in place to prevent that. And so those two pieces of legislation is the AB 1200 and Assembly Bill 2756. And in essence, that legislation requires the county to ensure that the district is solvent in the current year and the 2 subsequent years, which is why, as a district, we're always monitoring the impact of things over 4 years, actually. So the current year, 2 years out, plus the year after. So AB 1200 added the requirement to show a multi-year projection. We're going to go over this form in your interim report, in which we have to show what is our financial position in the current year and the 2 subsequent years. We have to self-certify whether we believe that we are positive, qualified, or negative. Positive means that we're going to meet our obligations in the current year and the 2 subsequent years. Qualified means that we may not meet our obligations in the current year or 2 subsequent years. And negative is a definite, the district will not meet its obligations in the current year or 2 subsequent years. And the third piece, which is extremely important, is that the district must have public disclosure of settlements related to salary negotiations, any new employee commitment, benefit changes, or any long-term debt. So let me, really quickly, AB 2756 added additional steps at the county level so that when they did identify districts that aren't able to meet their obligations, they have the authority to require corrective action plans, review cash flow statements, and if needed, the county can override our authority and require us to make certain changes to our budget. So, in the past, if we have had a year in which we plan reductions, significant reductions, what the county will ask us to do is to, in our agenda, include a budget plan, a budget reduction plan. That requirement is a consequence of AB 1200 and AB 2756. Because not only do we have to acknowledge that we have to make the cut, we have to show that there is a meaningful plan as to how we're going to do it. When we made the decision to enter into the loan for the central kitchen, that board item was brought to the board for approval after it was reviewed by the county to ensure that not only did we have a funding source that could pay for it, but that it was necessary, that it was backed by, plans or tangible action. It also, AB 2756 also expanded the role of FICMAT. So if certain criteria or certain indicators of financial distress exist, then the county can request that FICMAC come in and audit a school district. And if a district is insolvent, then it established the state emergency loan, the appointment of a state trustee, and the temporary removal of local governance. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, so for this next piece, we're gonna be looking at the forms that you get in your interim reports so that you can follow along, or as you get them in the future, you're able to understand or better understand what you're receiving. So the SACS forms are those reports that you get in a binder every time we have an interim report. It is exactly how they come out of the system. This is exactly how they get submitted to the state. The first page is the certification of our financial position. So at the top, Dr. Alvarez will sign as the secretary of the board after the board has approved it. In the section right below it, we identify how we certify positive, qualified, or negative. And then below, it's a summary of all of the assertions that we make. If you want a quick summary of what our finance position looks like, this will kind of give you a quick glimpse.
So
Excuse me. These will be available on the website later on for the public?
The interim reports are currently available
No,
on
no,
our
I mean
webpage.
this presentation.
The presentation, we can get it on the
document.
website, absolutely.
I saw someone taking a picture. If she doesn't need to, then that's it. Thank you. Please continue.
well, I wanted to know which page was it on, because it is really tiny.
Okay.
And if we,
So it's the first page.
this one, okay, thank you.
It is the first page. That is the certification. And then we'll get into that report in a quick minute. When we do have salary settlements, you'll be presented with another set of forms that we're gonna pull from the agendas and get them delivered to you so that you can see them separately. It is our AB 1200 disclosure form from the county office. And in essence, what this form does is it presents the cost of the settlement, the multi-year projection to show that the district can afford to support the settlement. And this form has to be certified by both Dr. Alvarez and myself and approved by the board. Okay, so how do we read these forms? Because these reports can be very daunting. So the report itself is structured in a manner where the first 2 pages is your certification. You're gonna have a couple of pages by fund. It's a summary of the fund accounting for each fund. Once we go through the general fund, adult fund, child development fund, nutrition fund, they all follow the same format. And you can relate the same information to those points that I'm gonna highlight for you for the same effect. After you get through all of the fund forms, you're gonna get into the forms. The forms highlight different either compliance areas or information that's important for you to identify. But we're gonna focus on a few. So we're gonna focus on Fund 01, the multi-year projection, and then criteria and standards. If you want to turn to your first yellow tab to Fund 01. So Fund 01 is our operating fund. This is where we run our core program. The first thing I want you to identify is the headers above each column. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't. I'm going to have you look at the multi-year projection. It's the teal tab, blue.
What page?
The blue tab. Got it.
The reason I'm having you start with the multi-year projection is because this document on its own shows what our current year position is and what it projects to be for the 3 years out. The reason I'm not having you look at the Fund 01 is because the one thing I want to mention is Fund 01, the one with the yellow tab, is replicated in the multi-year fund in the first column labeled projected year totals. So this field automatically pulls in from the data that was extracted from our financial system under Fund 01.
When we receive our booklets, where in the booklet will we look for this?
After all forms, towards the back.
Oh, you know what? She had it for her page numbers.
Yeah, it's towards the back, so
It's back here.
So after the funds, the forms are labeled in alphabetical order. If you're looking at the multi-year projection, you would just go to that point.
the other way. A couple more pages.
Okay, thank you.
So if we're looking at the multi-year projection has 3 different forms. It's the same format, but it presents 3 different sets of data. Page 1 with the blue tab is your unrestricted. The one with the purple tab is your restricted, and then the one with the pink tab is the combined. So if we're looking at the form itself, at the top you have projected year totals, which is the current year. You have the second column after the percentages, which is the projection for the next year out, so for 26-27. And then the third column after the percentages again is your 27-28 projection. The first set of numbers at the top, that's our revenue that we're anticipating in the current year and the future 2 years. The next section under section B, those are expenses. When it comes, so keep in mind, the current year pulls directly from our financial system. In the future 2 years, these are projections. And so the form itself, we have to identify what is the cost of step and column on line B, and any other adjustment that we may be making would be on line D. If we had a multi-year settlement where we already knew what the cost of living adjustment would be, we would be inputting the cost of that settlement under line C.
Define step and column.
Public employees are hired into positions that have an established salary schedule. In private, you tend to be able to negotiate your salary. In a school district system, there is a pre-approved salary schedule that's agreed upon between the school district and the union. So when an employee gets hired, they get hired based on their experience and their education. On the classified side, it's based on their position and their experience. At the end of the year, or at the date of their anniversary, an employee is eligible to step onto the next higher level salary if they've been employed for more than 75% of the year. So employees automatically get that adjustment.
Everybody?
everybody who is eligible. So for classified members, they're able to step 6 times. For teachers, I don't want to misquote this, it's more than 25. Up to 29 steps. So that is the step and column. If a certificated member obtains additional education, so those are your steps. Your column is in reference to your education. If they obtain additional education credits, they can submit those to personnel, and they're able to move up from that column of compensation. For us in this other adjustment, because we are foreseeing the loss of enrollment, the numbers that you see in your report under B1D and 2D, for certificated, it's the loss of at least 10 teachers. In 26-27, we have some programs that are scheduled to be either decreased or ended, and so it's the removal of that expense. On the classified side, in 27-28, we have a grant that's also ending, and so it's the reduction of the extra duty associated with that program. So the important thing to see on this page here is if you look at section C, in your presentation, you can see that it has a red circle around it. This is our net increase or decrease in our fund balance. So this is the rate at which we're spending. In the current year, we're anticipating in the unrestricted funds a $29 million deficit. In the out years, we anticipate a $17 million deficit. How do I know that these are reasonable? The way I know is when I look at our staffing. When I look at what we projected to be our enrollment versus the actual students that showed up on the first day of school, we were we overprojected our enrollment. We lost almost 500 students, but yet we kept all of the staff as if those students had shown up.
What year was that?
That was this year. Last year, when we made the decision to restore some of the reading specialists, we didn't have enough places to backfill everyone who was displaced. So again, we kept additional staff on the payroll. And so we're going to speak about this in the future slide, until we address some of those systematic excesses, we will continue to deficit spend.
My question is, like, when the state have this increase in minimum wage, that salary adjustment, is that accounted for, or that's what you have to project to?
Yes, so we, in our projections in the future, we account for our step and column, we account for minimum wage increases if we're aware of them. When Affordable Care Act was coming into play, we anticipated that. Any information that we have available to us, we include. Again, it's a projection, not a prediction.
Right.
Many times we will build things in thinking that they're going to materialize, and there is a complete, change of plans. And so in the report, it may seem like, you had $1 million fall out, but maybe we had something tragic at the school site happen, and the person who was in charge of the initiative is no longer there. Like, it's just, there's so many factors that can affect the action behind the budget.
Like the fires.
Like
or
the fires.
The winter storm in Arrowhead. There were a lot of people had to.
So again, when we submit our interim report to the county, this is one of the forms that they focus on and they ask a lot of questions on. Because their primary responsibility is to make sure that we're fiscally solvent. And I don't know if you guys follow or not, but a couple years ago there was legal repercussions to a team in Southern California who misrepresented this information intentionally. They went out for a bond. The bond was issued based on this information, and those individuals actually are being prosecuted. So it's not something that we take lightly. It is something that if any board member wants to sit down with us and go into the details of it, we are more than welcome to do it. The more that we understand the context of what these numbers represent, the better you can make your decisions. So one of the minimum things we have to do is meet our reserve. So if I can have you go to the pink tab, I'm going to show you how to do that. So if you're on page 1 of the pink tab, and you look at the section at the bottom, section D, and I think the way it printed, yeah, you want go to page the second page, the back page, and look at the first line, the reserve for economic uncertainty. This is what we project or we have calculated to be our minimum reserve. If we go further down in that page, the form itself will tell you whether or not we're meeting that requirement. So if you look at the very last line, 3H, you'll see a yes, and a yes.
Just a quick question. This isn't the page where we show money available for raises.
It's
It's unrestricted and restricted.
correct. So what I would do is I would go back to the blue tab. And if we look at the first page, and we look under 3E, so look at section D, bottom of the page, number 3E, unassigned, unappropriated. If we had any money for raises, this is where you would see it. Now you may ask yourself, why in column 1 for the current year, you don't see a number if we have already made an offering? Because once the district makes an offering, it is a commitment. And so we have already built that into the numbers that you see. Because we're not going to go back
3%.
on our commitment. Correct.
Yes, because in the MYP of the beginning in June, July, it was shown as 0. So that
Correct.
was already built in. Thank you. That explains that.
Board President, if I may, just to point out, just based on these financial statements, you see the 10 million as assigned, you just discussed. You just discussed that $10 million line item under assigned for fund balance. That's been set aside for the purpose of the current proposals, correct?
No.
No?
Our commitments, a couple of years ago, the board took action to support reading and numeracy initiatives. And we agreed that we would set aside, I think it was 2% or 1.5% to support those initiatives. Given our rate of spending, in the third year, we won't be able to fulfill that commitment. And so we will have to bring back a board action item to address it. The next page I want you to take a look at is if you go back to the blue tab, we're going to look at the contribution line. So that is section A at the top, line number 5C. In our district, there are 2 programs that we contribute to. special education and the routine repair maintenance account. Both of these, we are legally mandated. In your presentation, I included the references. For special education, we have the Individuals with Disabilities Act. And in California, we have California Education Code 5600 through 56845, in which, in essence, it says that we have to provide students with a free, appropriate public education as determined by the IEP. And so there are various cases in which districts have tried to make the argument that it's cost prohibitive to provide whatever the student needed, and they have not prevailed. And so we spoke about the encroachment growing earlier. As the needs of our students change and we have to provide the support, that encroachment has grown. And it's this particular line item that reflects it in our budget. On the other side of that, Education Code 17070 requires that we maintain our facilities in good repair. And in order to do that, we must contribute at least 3% of our total general fund expenditures. Aside from these two programs, we don't contribute to any other restricted program.
Yet we are looking at the unrestricted page, so I'm confused.
What page is that?
It's at the blue
The
tab.
blue tab, the
Yeah,
front?
it's A and then it's C, 1C.
Find it,
You good?
find it?
Are we good? Do you have a question, Mr. Martinez?
Well, just that we have to make those, regarding 5C, we have to make the contributions, but these are unrestricted funds. Yet they're restricted funds that we're making the contribution to, so it can get confusing. So,
I think the assumption is that when we have restricted programs, they should be self-sufficient. But in these two cases, in the market crash of 0809, the state completely eliminated the deferred maintenance funding and put the onus on the school districts to fund deferred maintenance through this transfer. On the side of special education, the federal government hasn't updated their level of funding in many, many years. The state just applies the COLA. There has been several initiatives to change the structure of special education funding, but it hasn't materialized. So we still have to provide for students what they need. The other line that often confuses people, if I can just add some clarity since we're here, if we look at B number 7 and B9A. So number 7 is other outgo.
Transfers?
Yes. This line is our debt payments. So we have some loans that we have to pay on, and that's what those are. Line 9A transfers out. We operate a program, a preschool program that is funded from the general fund, and that's what that line item is.
If I understand right, we are not funded for kindergarten either, meaning it's non-essential according to the state.
We do receive funding through LCFF.
Right, so it's a block.
They get funded by ADA like any other student. I think where we differ is that we offer full-day kindergarten, and we didn't get any adjustment for that. So when we went from half-day to full-day, the district didn't receive any ongoing funding for that.
Correct.
Just, we got like a block grant, and that was it. And we
How about
moved on.
preschool?
Preschool is self-sufficient. Preschool, there is an allocation based on enrollment and attendance and meeting their contract.
Okay.
The other important piece to your interim report is the criteria and standards. So if you go back to the highlighter yellow tab in the back, the criteria and standards is a narrative that combines historical trends to what we're currently presenting. And I would encourage you to read it and especially pay attention to those areas where we don't meet the expected information. If we go to page 3, I'll give you an example of what I mean. So on page 3, this section compares our,
I'm sorry, page 3 of which one?
of the criteria and standards, the area with the yellow tab.
Oh, yellow. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
So the top half of this criteria number 3 looks at our projected P2 ADA in comparison to enrollment to come up with an expected ADA to enrollment ratio based on our history over the last 3 years. And then it compares it to what we're presenting for the current year and the upcoming 2 years. And on the far right of the second table at the bottom, it gives us an opinion of whether or not the district is meeting the expected amount. Well, in this case, it's showing not met because our ratio has been 92.7, but we're projecting 93.3. I looked at our attendance rate yesterday, and up until month 4, we are trending at 94%. And so if we flip one more page, every section we don't meet, we must provide an explanation. So if you look at the box on page 4, we provide an explanation as to why it's not met. The district has seen a gradual increase in ADA and projects the increase to continue in subsequent years. So when the county reviews our report and they're reading criteria and standards, they understand why we're using that data. A lot of this information they also have access to, and they run their own analytics to make sure that our projections are reasonable. Within this section, it analyzes attendance, it analyzes our debt, it analyzes our what else? Let's see. The status of our labor negotiations. There's different data points that they look at, all in the attempt to identify any fiscal distress, which is the very last page of this section. We have to answer questions that are those indicators identified by the state, whether or not we would be eligible for financial distress. If we are found to be in financial distress, then the county has additional steps that they must take with us to make sure that we are solvent.
Is this also on Form AB 1200 or the newer number, which I'd never memorized?
The indicators of financial distress? I don't believe so. Okay.
Just a quick aside to the board. The board is really only expected to know the multi-year projections. All this is way beyond what the board normally would know. So if you're not, it's important. The better we understand it, the better off the district is. But most board members, especially first year, second year board members, would find this challenging.
It is a lot to learn. I think once you start to see them more often, and I think you understand what you're looking at, it gets easier. But that's why I want to make sure I highlighted those things that, if I was in your seat, would be helpful.
Absolutely.
And again, we are available to you if you have any questions. We're here to support you in making sure that you feel comfortable making your decisions. We've spoken a lot about the 200 million. There's a perception that the district has been that there's been a lack of transparency or that we haven't been forthcoming. And so I want to make sure and assure our public, I know our board knows this because they get this information, but I want to assure our public that, one, all of our financial data is posted on our website and can be found under fiscal services, financial reports. These reports are posted the night of the board meeting in which they get approved. So if we look at, this is Fund 01, the summary. So this is your very first tab with the yellow. If you look at the yellow tab and you go to the third set of forms, it's the combined restricted and unrestricted.
I must have two yellows.
Okay, go through that again, because I don't see the 197.
If we go, it
Yeah.
has three sets of forms. So if we go back to the header right here in the middle.
Yes.
There's a combined.
Restricted, unrestricted, yes. I know it's shown on the MYP much easier.
Yeah, the font is really
Fund 01.
It's here too.
I sent it to the
Okay.
the unions
Thank
already.
you.
Thank you.
So when we adopted our budget, so this form, we're looking at the restricted, unrestricted combined presentation of Fund 01. When we adopted our budget, we projected that our beginning balance would be 197 million. So this was the reserves that we were coming into the current year, 25-26. We projected that we would be ending with 136 million. When we presented our first interim report, which is what you have in front of you, if we look at the column next to it, under column D, projected year totals, which is our projection at first interim, you see that 197 changed to 204. Why did that happen? Again, the original budget was locked into place on June 3rd, the Friday before we present it to the board, because that is the day that it has to be available for public inspection. So on that Friday, we are no longer authorized to make any changes because we don't want what the public is seeing versus what the board is seeing to change. When we closed our books during the summer and we actually counted or verified our revenue, we looked at what expenses were incurred by June 30th, we had some changes. So our beginning balance, instead of our projected 197, was 204. If you recall, we did a presentation in September where we went into the details of what accounted for the difference. Again, this is the funds that we are coming into for 25-26.
If I understand correctly, that is what we ended the prior year with.
Correct.
So it's just a transfer. To equate that to my home checking account, it's just the new balance, the ending balance of February and going into March. I just transfer that balance.
Correct. So when we look at our fund balance, our ending fund balance, we projected ending at 136 million. Right now, we're projecting 151. Why would we have that change? A couple of things. We had some changes in our revenue and we had some changes in our expenditures. We got notice that we got, the community schools grant. Off the top of my head, that's $8 million in revenue that were not built in at budget development. On the expense side, we have positions that were not filled in a timely manner. We have perhaps programs that we're going to start cutting back on. And so we've made changes and updated based on the information we have now.
Board President, if I can ask just a clarification question for Mr. Romo.
Absolutely.
There is that I believe, sorry, still something over $7 million in difference in increase to the fund balance on the general fund from carryover from the adopted budget estimated actuals to unaudited actuals. What is that mostly comprised of? Just looking at it, is it at unrestricted dollars or restricted dollars? That
It's
additional 7 million plus carryover.
the bulk of it is from restricted. We did have a large project that was supposed to be completed in June. We were supposed to have all of the flooring done at Rialto High School in the month of June. The vendor did not order the supplies in a timely manner, and so they were not received in order for them to install by the end of June. And so now, as a default, we have to do the project over the weekends and over breaks now that the material has been received. So the expenditures for that project fell out of last year and now are carried into the current year.
So it would look as a transfer.
It wouldn't look as a transfer, but it would look as an adjustment, a significant adjustment to the budget.
Okay.
What
Now-
about the legal fees?
Now, that would not be available for raises.
No, it wouldn't, because we already have a contractual obligation with the vendor.
How about the legal expenses? How is that captured?
All legal fees are captured under a particular object code. Let me look and see if they line them out. They're not line itemed out. If you look at page 6 under your yellow tab, it gives you a further breakdown of your object codes.
JPA and county office, those pass-throughs?
If you look at the 5,800 line, professional/consulting services and operating expenditures,
Page 6. Okay, I found it.
within that cluster, we report legal costs related to attorneys.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's just, that's the sign.
So this line here is encompassing of all professional expenses.
So what types of variety of services does that include?
This is your staffing agencies. This is your software. It is your legal cost. It is professional services that are not considered trades, which makes, so for example, what I mean by that, if you're an electrician, if you are a plumber, your expenses get coded under a 5,600, which you can see, 2 steps above that. But if you are a muralist, you're a 5,800. All of our consultants come in under a 5,800.
About lights?
The lights are under a 5,500.
Okay, 5,800 would be
Trade.
special ed contracting out, meaning bringing help in.
Third party?
So it depends. And it depends.
Oh, my goodness.
If the district has the knowledge and resources to provide the service, but we don't have the staffing, that is under a 5,100. It's a sub-agreement.
Okay.
If we don't have the expertise, the knowledge, the capacity, the positions, then it's under a 5,800. The reason they make that distinction is for the indirect cost calculation. 5,100s get excluded. We don't get to recover indirect cost on contracts associated with things that we should be doing. But we do get to recover indirect cost when it comes to 5,800s.
Well, I have to remember if we're spending because we don't do it inside, It's in the 5,000 series.
Yeah, somewhere in there. So, one of the things that I want to make sure that the board sees is that, yes, we started the year with 204. We're projecting, ending 151. Again, this is a projection, not a prediction. We're going to update it, but then I want to show on the next slide. Of that number, what makes it up, right? Because that number is the aggregate of unrestricted and restricted funds. So the unrestricted, if we look at the table at the bottom, 57.8 million is unrestricted. Within that 57 million, we have to set aside 16 million for the reserve for economic uncertainties. We have our commitment, and then we have to plan for our upcoming deficits. On the other side, you have 93 million, which is all connected to restricted programs. The 93 million, if you look to the right side, we have a table that breaks down where we're going to end with each of those restricted programs. So that funding is available for the intent of the program. So we have 22 million available to support the ELOP operation.
The ELOP?
ELOP. So this is the after school. I'm going to go on to the next page just so that I can kind of give you a little more information. The ELOP program has ongoing funds. So every year they're getting between 25 and 27 million dollars to keep their program up. So not only do they have to spend the current year allocation, they will also have access to these reserves to improve their program. So in this chart, what we wanted to show the board and the community is when are the funds expiring and when will they be used? So for ELOP, you have a whole year after the current allocation year to spend it. This compliance is not a challenge for us because we apply first in, first out theory to it. Whatever we're spending on the program in the current year came from last year's pot. We just roll it forward. The next one is the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. So this is the one-time fund that we got in the current year. It was earmarked for any intervention program or professional development for our staff. We chose to restore 10 of the reading specialist positions that were cut, and we committed to keeping those positions through 27-28. The funds have to be used by June 30th, 2029, but we will have exhausted the funds before then. The Community Schools Partnership Implementation Grant. So we got money to plan how we would implement community schools. And so this is what we have projected will be, I'm sorry, I take that back. This is our community schools year one allocation of $8 million. Because it took us a little bit of time to get the positions hired and processed, we anticipate of the $8 million.
I'm sorry, I'm lost. Where are you referring to?
It's line number 3.
Okay.
Of the $8 million that we have been allocated, we anticipate at least 3.6 being left over at the end of the year.
Where's the 8 million specified?
That is not specified anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Because this is just the what we expect to have at the end of the year.
Oh, okay. So of the 8, 3.6.
Is what we expect them not to spend.
Okay, got it.
They have till 2030 to spend these funds. They do have a grant application that they have to follow. And so however they choose to spend this money, it has to align with what they proposed we were going to use it for.
Yep.
We have the mental health related services state grant. So on an annual basis, we get funding for mental health. And we built up a reserve of I don't remember what I don't have the number, but we had built up a reserve in this funding source. And so now we're using it to pay for ongoing salaries. There is no expiration date. However, what we had in our fund balance will only take us through 27, 28.
And is that where you specify the 6.4?
Yes. The special ed early intervention preschool grant. So this one, we have earmarked to create, 2 of the classrooms at the TRAP TK project into inclusive environments so that when children who are in TK programs have behavior disabilities, the classroom is built to support their learning. And so I don't anticipate DSA approving this project before the end of the year, which is why you see that at the end of the year, I expect the money to still be there. But then depending on when it gets approved, it may be 26, 27, 27, 28. But it will definitely be used.
Was this the school that was earmarked for additional restrooms? Remember the
Yes.
bathroom?
Yes.
And that's from maintenance or that comes from?
No,
a
this
different-
is coming from this particular grant.
Okay.
So the TRAP, Hugh Banks are probably our few schools that have actually increased of enrollment, and it has been because of the new development.
Right.
And they don't have enough classrooms with adequate restrooms for the younger students.
Or staff, I think the issue was. too.
Yeah, so we're making sure that in the new building, the new structure, we cover the needs inside the classroom and of course the needs for the staff. The next amount that is part of our 93 million is our art and music school grant. So after the year of allocation, the school has up to 3 years to spend it. And so right now we anticipate about 2.5 million. It's been really, really difficult to hire the dance teacher or other staff. The school sites have been really taking the initiative to give our kids exposure. So again, this is a number that would fluctuate depending on what the school is able to do.
And I just want to clarify too, the question is like a dance instructor to work at a public school is a lot of different requirements that you have to go to credential, not just at the community center being a dance instructor. So that's why it's a delay in hiring those type of sort of trades and specialty in the arts to translate to the requirement of a public school.
Right, because if you're a music teacher, you have to have a music credential. If you're an art teacher, you have to have an art credential. If you have a dance teacher, it has to be a dance credential. You can't have a multi-subject credential. You may be very passionate, very talented, but when it comes to being the source teacher, you have to have the credential.
And CTE is a little bit different, right? They can be the trades and don't have to go through is that true?
No, yes, but no.
Okay.
So if you are in the trades, you also have to obtain a CTE credential, which is a process. And our HR works with professionals, but you still have to go through the process and have the credential. I think what is really difficult for, you really have to have someone who is passionate about education, because if you're either a person in the practitioner's world, you're going to take a deep cut in salary to come to a school district, right? I think the same goes with the VAPA world. They have a lot of liberty and a lot of different sources of income, where if they become committed to teaching in the classroom, it may keep them from performing on the weekends or having private lessons or other sources of income.
But they will have insurance.
They will. They absolutely will. And the
Breaks.
stability and knowing that they're doing something good for humanity. The next one is the LCFF Equity Multiplier. The only schools that receive LCFF Equity Multiplier is Zupanic and Myler. And so these funds go towards improving the academic achievement of those students. And so it's available until it's exhausted. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So this was a block grant that we received 2 years ago. And what we used it was to keep the the 19 elementary reading specialists. And we're also transferring or using it towards, I shouldn't use transfer because that's not the right word, $8 million worth of teacher salaries are being paid from this grant. So what that means is they're going to pay for that $8 million in 25-26. It's going to pay for the $8 million in 26-27. And then the expense has to come back to the general fund. The next one is a transportation reimbursement. So the district gets reimbursed up to 65% of our transportation cost. And so we are charging some of the bus driver salaries to this funding source. The Community Engagement Initiative was a grant that allowed us to participate at a state level. And so we have $195,000. This is really up to when it can be used, but it needs to be used by the end of the year. E-rate, when we make technology purchases, some of those purchases are eligible for a federal reimbursement through E-rate. And so the funding is available until it's exhausted. We have recently started relieving some of the unrestricted burden of replacing technology through E-rate. And so it will be available again until exhausted. And then our LEA Medi-Cal, because we had so many COVID-related one-time funds, we had been using those that had to be used towards healthcare costs. Well, now some of our health clerks and health aide salaries were paying out of the LEA Medi-Cal funds. These funds are generated from our employees' submittal of claims, and so it's based on our participation. So again, if you look at the aggregate of our restricted fund balance, that 93 million, it ties back to our breakdown of what makes up the 204. If we can go back. Well, let me correct myself. 204 was at the beginning of the year. Right now, we are projecting we're going to end at 151. So of the 151, 93 million is restricted, 57 is unrestricted, but within that, everything has already been accounted for. Nothing is available for unplanned or discretionary expenditures.
Did you say that I think I missed one of the notes. Did you say that the transportation reimbursement needed to be, or was it the community engagement that needed to be expended through before the end of the year?
It's the Community Engagement Initiative.
Thank you.
So why do we keep a fund balance? First of all, because we have to keep at least 3%. It's required. It helps us keep financially stable, right? Financially responsible. We have to have a cushion for unforeseen emergencies or reductions in revenue. I was in this district when they would deficit our revenue limit, where instead of getting 100% of our funding, we would get 80%, 85, 90. And so you have to be able to adapt because, again, the needs of the kids and the staff and the community will still be there.
What years were that? I remember that.
2011, 12, 10, 11, 11, 12. We have to maintain a good credit rating, right? In order for us to continue with our bond projects in the next couple of months, we'll have to present or request approval from the board to issue the next series of bonds. I'll have to meet with all of the rating agencies and explain why we are a good investment. And so part of that is having sound financials. And of course, I love this picture because this is why we're here.
What is our current bond rating?
I think the last time we did it, we were at an A-,
Keeps falling.
which is fair. It sounds, but it's fair. And then just at a very macro level, if we look at our Fund 01 unrestricted, and we go back to that line, this is from your Fund 01 in the current year. We're looking at a projected deficit of 29 million. Why is it important?
By when?
By when?
Yeah, the 29, the deficit.
By the end of the year. This is Fund 01. If we look at the presentation, the last slide, Fund 01, I think is easier to probably follow. And we look at line E, and it's column D, the projected year totals.
Outlined in red?
Yes, with the circle in red. We have the task of identifying and reducing expenditures that do not provide a direct and tangible benefit to students. We've had the luxury of having a lot of programs that are nice, that are fun, because we did have the one-time COVID funds. But as our budget changes and our revenue changes, we're going to have to reevaluate what we do and how we do it. We have to reduce those positions that are funded with one-time funding sources. We have to prioritize discretionary purchases. We're going to have to train our staff that it is nice to do nice things when we can afford to, but just like in your home, if I purchase a car, I know that that car has a lifespan. And I have to anticipate it breaking down in, say, 3-4 years and start saving for that day when it comes. We have to make sure that we align our programs to student needs and interest. Can we tangibly show that our students want to participate in some of these programs? And then we absolutely have to continue to improve our attendance rates, because when those kids are there in class, they learn.
The special events, we have a lot of outside events away from the classroom versus tying more to our teachers, our staff, our student, and the achievements, you know. Not just to have them, but what is this achieving for their academic?
Right, I think there's a lot of.
By head, how all these gatherings we have, they're fun and they're nice, but the cost, if that's something to try to look at before you touch in a classroom, what are the outside things that we have?
Yeah,
to do?
we have started tracking the cost by event, just so that we could see how much these events cost, and really identifying those that we want to continue and which we want to discontinue, or even how to maybe merge them together, so that we're not being so drastic about our retrieval.
We probably want to refrain from paying $20,000 to guest speakers for the parent summit at this time.
Well, I think you have to look at all the events. You know, I don't want to single out anything, but sometimes we'll have an event at the school and then have a district events and combining and just outside, you know, every other year, once a year, because I know the Divergent Game, they don't have many events, and that's critical for them, you know. And then others, like, you know, or you want to do a student council DSAC for elementary when you have 18, when we're already doing, you know, high school and junior high. Just, that's something the cabinet have to evaluate.
And that could be part of
Yeah, the cabinet have to
our
evaluate.
superintendent's
Yeah. Now,
goals
to us.
moving forward is to reevaluate, you know.
Board President, if I could just make a clarification on just the process that we look at reducing expenditures and keeping them, I would say, always away from classroom and instruction. As you saw today, the district gets different pots of money, a lot of different pots of money. Some of them have restrictions and how you use them. Some of them don't. So when we're looking at, okay, where can we reduce our expenditures? Sometimes school districts just want to start eliminating in cuts, and some of those cuts end up not having any true impact on that deficit. And so I'll give you an example. We receive Title I funds. So we don't have an issue with overspending Title I funds. So there would make no sense to cut or reduce expenditures from Title I to make it look like, hey, look, we're making reductions, when at the end of the day it has no impact on our deficit.
Those
So
are
we-
restricted funds.
Right, so we have to be specific. So if we're talking about special programs, events, and maybe even guest speakers, how are they being paid for? The biggest thing is, as we're talking here, is our unrestricted base expenditures, some of our supplemental concentration that's coming close to, overspending what we're bringing in. I think for me, is one of the key areas we need to look at in an effort to make sure that whatever reductions and adjustments we're making are under resources that we actually have an issue with deficit spending and the one versus the ones that don't.
Exactly. I noticed reduced positions funded with one-time funded sources, and I did see a number. Would you please give us those numbers as we know them today? How many positions will we have to cut?
So that number is, I don't want to refer to them as cuts because I don't want people to think that or make the assumption that they will be cut. And why do I say that? When we look at the number of students that will be returning in the new year and the number of teaching positions that we will need in general ed classrooms, the district could afford to reduce 40 positions. Why do I say that? It's too premature to put that number out there. Because, first of all, we still have 6 months out. Maybe some of those families will move back into the area. Maybe we'll have retirements. We might have promotions. We often find that teachers move closer to their homes. And so, when I speak to,
It's too early to tell.
it's too early, and we, the staff, have heard you loud and clear that we are to treat our district in a humanistic form, right? So we do everything within our power to reassign individuals, reassess their funding so that people don't lose their jobs. And so this will be no different.
Right.
What are the consequences of that? The consequences is that sometimes you do carry more staff than you need. Do we identify other needs? Absolutely. This year, we ended up with, I believe, 8 FTEs at the high school, more than we needed. So what did our leadership team do? They reallocated them to math classrooms and reading classrooms according to their credentials. So did we still get a benefit out of them? Absolutely. Did we carry about $1 million more of expenditures than we needed? Yes. Did we protect those families' livelihood? Yes. And so, again, I believe it's too early to speak to reducing or cutting 40 positions.
Okay, of course, we use attrition and so forth.
But what we know for sure is if this district go into FIGMAC, there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions reduced because they'll take over.
I
And
think
the superintendent and school closed. So, getting into this and really acknowledge, we have to keep it real.
Well, if that happens, we're lucky to have experience already and gone through it.
Yes, Dr. Alvarez?
Well, not gone through it, but had to deal with it getting there.
At a
Yes,
cost.
definitely. I think maybe to answer the question you may have been asking Board President Martinez, if you look back at one of the slides that shows the different amounts in the fund balance for the restricted program, for example, you'll see the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is paying for 19 elementary reading specialists. That money will run out at the end of next year. So what happens as we get closer to the end of the next year when that money's, we don't have the funds to pay for those 19 FTEs. And so as Mrs. Romo is kind of been mentioning, what we want to do is try to make sure that we have other positions that are open, available for them before the board we would even entertain any kind of conversations of
Agreed.
cuts. That's kind of where we go. And then if you look at the student support and professional development discretionary block grant, where there's 10, I believe, an additional 10 reading specialists being funded out of, that goes through 27, 28. That's the other things that we take into consideration as we move forward.
Good, thank you. That's comforting. More to staff than to me, I'm sure. But, we want to make sure that we keep as many people as we can. That's the bottom line.
And we achieve, right? If they're not doing their job and making this academic moving.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Let's see.
that's the conclusion of our presentation.
It was excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, we're scheduled till 1 o'clock, I think. Okay. Do we have any comments before we move into closed session?
Yeah, I just want to thank Ms. Romo again for her presentation. And it doesn't have to be anytime soon, but I would like additional workshops on this topic, maybe in parts or in sections, because I think we learned a lot today, and the more we have these workshops, the better we'll understand it, and the better any of the staff members or union partners that want to learn about it will understand it. Especially after Ms. Romo shared that, there's a lot of districts that get in trouble. So we're over here approving things, and for us to approve them without truly understanding it, that's risky.
Is that a question?
And then something happens, and then it's like, no, well, they told us to approve this, and then they're like, well, wait a minute, you voted on it. You know what I mean? So I think it's important that it's embarrassing to admit that we're approving things that we don't really truly understand.
No.
But it's growth.
Speak for yourself.
It's growth.
Well, no, otherwise people wouldn't have came here,
More to learn,
No,
to grow.
okay, fine. Some people don't understand, but I think it's important that we have more of these workshops for our community available.
I think what you said before about the more we look at this and the more we'll be more comfortable with it. And I think it is important for us to have at least many refreshers before it comes up for approval so that we know going in or are very comfortable and confident in what we're approving. I think that's what you're trying to say, right?
We are scheduled for the 24th of January as well, for another board study session.
Right.
And do we have a topic on that? I have not heard specifics.
Not yet
Not yet?
to discuss.
Can I recommend we go over the simplified version of what we just had, the MYP?
Did I hear a motion to move into closed session?
Okay, yeah. Okay, some of us are over-caffeinated. Okay, I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. To move into closed session. They're way ahead of me. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting. Public employee performance evaluation, superintendent. And for the public, no, he's not being evaluated after, 3 weeks? 4 weeks? 5 weeks? Okay, 5. And 2 of those on,
Yeah, 3 weeks of winter break.
yes. No, we are setting forth for his evaluation months ahead. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move into closed session now. It is 11:37. Give us a 5-minute break. Check your email.
Okay, try to.
Oh,
Not
okay,
yet.
I'll wait for that on there. All right. Oh, there we go. We're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we are back. It is 1:20, adjournment of closed session. Can I have a motion
So
and a second?
move.
Second?
Thank you. Can I have ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
There was
time
nothing to
1:20.
For the record, Board President, there was no report out of closed session.
Okay. I would normally hear that from the superintendent. So make it official.
No report from closed session.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving to adjournment. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second.
Second? Aye.
All right. Aye.
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 Aye. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and so is my dog.